Hey, good morning, everybody. Let's do a quick sound check. Welcome out to Guest Trader. If you can hear me, type something in the. All right, fantastic. All right, guys, thanks for joining us this morning. Really excited to have another Monday morning trading with Sean. And good morning, John Sterling. Got the chat pulled up here. And today we're joined by a fellow Nick. Really excited to have a fellow Nick. Us Nicks stick together. Nick, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you fine. Um, well, hey, Nick, thanks for joining us this morning. Um, I loved your guest trader survey that you filled out. You were super thorough, and I thought that your story of how you got started was super fascinating. Um, Tell us a little bit about yourself. Let the people that don't already know you get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't want Jeremy to outdo me, but it's really hard to compete with the Edward Snowden story. So I just was like, poor me, look how hard trading is.
That
Um,
was great.
yeah, so I'm just from Oklahoma, Midwest guy. I'm 30, just turned 39, so I have a young face, which I guess you'll see soon, but I'm actually old and I
I don't know the
need
39's old, not to cut you off.
I feel like age is one of those things where you feel like you're old until you're older, and then you wish you had thought about it differently 10 years ago, but now you're sure you're old. Uh, but yeah, so I always was somebody that didn't want to work. I think that's pretty typical for a lot of people, but I've been thinking about how to not work my whole life. Work as in like I just mostly didn't want to get up early, I think. And so I tended to save a lot of money and then, not work for a while until my money was low and then work again for short periods of time. So I've
Yeah.
always kind of had that brainstorming going on, like what is passive income? Like how can I have money working for me without me having to do it? And somewhere along the way, I found trading as an opportunity, which wasn't really passive, but it was like, promise to trade for like an hour or two, and that your profits could be multiplied by your money, not by your time. And so I was really, really drawn to that idea, but had very little success with actually implementing it. And so that's been basically the summary is like, I love the idea of trading, and then I have not been able to turn it into anything consistent. And so regularly I will get frustrated and quit. And then I will remember the promise of trading, among all the other things you could be doing, which spend, our time and effort. And then I'll come back to it. And then, repeat basically.
Carl says, "Man, this sounds familiar." That's funny.
Yeah. It was crazy listening to Jeremy's interview because I was just like, yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Like over and over again.
I
Uh,
think so. So when did you get started originally?
so I, so very first time was like I had a couple friends that were trying to get into trading when I was early in college a long time ago, and I didn't know what they were doing. They were just buying some stocks. I think like everyone goes through that phase of like we find out there's such a thing as like stocks and you can buy them and then they go up sometimes a lot and then you're rich. And so I think that we all sort of got wide-eyed about that at the same time. And then I didn't know what they were doing. I barely had any, I have no money. I'm just poor all my life. So I watched them try and then, not make it very far. And then I just kind of forgot about it for a while. And then, a while later when my first big boy job was like kind of dwindling and I had a lot of free time and I wasn't sure what to do. And I was disenchanted with the whole, I graduated college and then I went to work and it was like, the gray cubicle life, where you're just sitting there on Excel all day, and you're like, man, is this all there is? And So then I was like, oh yeah, trading. I wonder if that's a thing. And then so that was probably around 2015. I started looking for trading, and then I started buying kind of random trading education programs and trying them out. And I was really like jumping in the deep end a lot of times. I I remember buying my first big trading education program thinking that was going to be it. And then learning about the pattern day trader rule where you needed 25 grand to put more than, 3 trades on, and just being like, why didn't I know that before I spent all this money? And then I think I found Apiary as just like a related ad. It was just like popped up and was like, Apiary fund, trade with our money. And I was like, oh, perfect. That is the solution that I needed. And I signed up for Apiary fund, and, just, I think it was like 2 months later, I went to a summit. The summits were in, like, this one was in Orlando, so it was before boot camps. And I just was like, I don't know these people and I don't know how to trade, but I'm gonna go to a summit, which was
Oh, that's
like
cool.
financially probably not, like, didn't make any sense at all. But I got to meet everybody, and that, I think we all share that sense of like when we've come to something where we get to meet the team, it really changes. You were like kind of like, this seems possible, but I'm not sure. But then when you're there, you're just like, man, these people are so nice and encouraging, and I'm just watching them like stick their hand in the market and pull out money. And you just are enchanted at that point, I think.
Was that picture that you sent that we need to post? Was that in Orlando?
No,
Is that
that
where
was
that was from?
at a boot camp quite a few years later. I don't know that I'm not sure that I have a picture from the summit, but I did go to a boot camp later. And if you look at that picture closely, you'll see that my certificate is blank because they didn't print me one. And they were like, "Is anyone didn't get their certificate?" And I was like, "I did it." And they were like, "Oh shoot!" And then they just had me pose with like a blank certificate. And then afterwards, they printed it out, like right there in the lobby of the hotel. And I was just like, "Yeah, I can tell you guys are gonna remember who I am."
Dude, that's what you can't have pictures of the internet holding blank pieces of paper. Have you learned that? If
Yeah,
you
that's
are,
true. That's so true.
no, you can't have that.
It's
Then the
dangerous that I
paper,
sent you that
yeah, it's
photo.
dangerous. And now I have a picture of you holding a
Dang
blank
it.
piece of paper,
It's gonna
smiling.
be like worst trader award,
Yeah,
or
I
like
can put anything on there. Luckily for you, I literally like barely know how to make a phone call, let alone do
yeah, I've
anything
dodged
else with
one bullet,
technology.
but opened
Yeah,
myself
if
up
there was
to
one guy to get that picture, it was me.
it. Well, you're
Hey,
gonna put it up where everyone can see it.
I might. There's no promises. You did sign your life away, didn't you?
That's
So,
true.
um, you were an actor, dude. I saw that
Oh yeah,
you put
yeah.
that you were an actor.
Yeah. Same. It's I mean, not the same as trading, but like I really like kind of had that draw. Like I like the idea of acting. And then I took like a acting for non-majors in college, and that was like pretty interesting and cool, but I wasn't good. I wasn't like so good that I was like, that's it. I'm not doing anything else. I'm going to Hollywood right now. But I wasn't so bad that I was like, that was awful and I'm never doing this again, which was like the worst place to land. So then I
Just
was like,
confused all day
well,
what to do.
I've always been riding this fence of rationality and creativity. And it's just like a horrible fence because you're too analytical to take a huge risk, but you're not analytical enough to just stop caring about the adventurous side. And so I was just like, I kind of want to. And I took like another class that was like, you had to switch. I was like, I'm not ready to switch to be a theater major because man, that's all in. And so I was thinking, I took a film and video studies class, and that was super fun. And then I did a 24-hour film festival, and then I got like hooked up with these guys from the film department. We just went around making like, college films on our own. And then I was an extra in a few things, and then I did like an acting workshop, and I was in a musical. And I've been an extra quite a few times here in Oklahoma. One of my good friends, thought it would be hilarious to make me an IMDb page. So for all you guys
We can
out
look it
there,
up.
if you want to
No
Google my
way.
name, I will come up as on IMDb, and that will be me.
I hope someone posts it in the chat right now. I hope that we have one of these. I want to see it. Dude, that's pretty cool.
Okay, so part of being an actor is you go get headshots. Like you have to, even if you're not like working, because everyone just is like, let me see your headshots. And the guy that is doing my headshots throws in this like super villain filter for fun. And like it's ridiculous looking. If you compare what I will look like on Zoom here in a minute to that picture on IMDb, it is crazy. And then
you got to explain this. Like, what do you mean? Are you wearing a cape? Do you have like a?
No, it's just the way he photoshopped it. Like I have a leather jacket on and my hair slicked back, and it's just like the pose itself, and it's just like my personality is so contrasting that when people see it, they're not sure that the whole thing is me at all at that point.
I feel like as soon as this camera turns on, Sean needs to see you dressed as a superhero. Now that we know
that I do not have to do it.
now that
I wish I could do that.
Gosh. Oh, hey, look, Dave. Dave came. Look, thanks. He put the thing.
Is that gonna be me?
Let's see. I'm clicking on it real quick. I see, dude. That's a great picture. Is that the leather jacket that you're talking about?
Yeah.
I had great.
I had some
Dave.
friends.
This is great.
I had some friends at work put the Harry Potter glasses, like they photoshopped it on my picture, and then they put a lightning bolt on my forehead.
Dude, this is great. That's a cool jacket too, by the way. This is
well, thanks.
Yeah.
The filter does the heavy lifting.
All right, buddy. I think Sean's ready for you. I want to keep talking, but but
I think that
no, I really do. But I think I got to give it back. But what do you want? I had so many questions to ask you too.
Sorry,
I really enjoyed this. What do you want Sean to focus on during your trading?
Oh man, to just pick one thing. I was thinking about it, and I think like where the high probabilities are, like we always talk about probabilities, and I think like just where are they? Like, how do I know what is high probability and what's not high probability? And then kind of, I think the other half of that coin. So probably there's two things. So that's one thing, and the other half of that coin is kind of like where to put your levels in trades, because you want to put them with the high probabilities supposedly. And then the other half is like whenever it's gone way against you, how to like when to start managing your trade in like trying to get rid of the higher ones, and when to pull off, and like, how big of a size to go at that point. So probably those two.
Cool. Okay. When you said that, I had this image, in an office, it'll be like commitment, and there'll be like a picture, and it'll say like commitment, like just probabilities. Where are they?
They're out there.
Yeah,
you're usually on the wrong side of them.
Dude, Nick, thanks, buddy. It's been great. I hope you and Sean have a great trading session, and thanks for making this all
Thanks,
laugh.
man.
Hey, buddy, have a great trading session. Thanks.
Thanks.
Hey, can you hear me out there, Nick?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Excited to trade with you this morning.
I am so nervous. I don't know why.
Nervous.
You're like the best safety net I could ever even imagine having while trading. So I don't know. I have no reason to be nervous.
Yeah, there's no reason to be nervous. It's just if we lose a little bit of here and there, it's all part of the game, right?
Yeah.
Our goal is to just be a little bit ahead by the end of it. So we're good. All right.
Oh yeah. I was waiting for you to do the video first.
Oh, dude, your hair's long now.
Yeah. When you don't have to leave the house, you don't have to cut your hair.
That's why I keep thinking about this thing, but then it just starts to grow into the mouth, and I'm like,
yeah. I've tried to get me a beard too, and that happens, and then I just end up shaving the whole thing.
Yeah, when you wake up and it's all in your mouth, you're like, no more. I was just sitting back, just enjoying the interview before. So I was like, oh, do I really have to trade this morning? I was just love listening to you and Nick, the Knicks.
Oh man, I love me and Nick. When he calls me about anything, we just talk for a while.
I believe it.
I feel like you've had that experience with Nick too.
Oh man, yeah, we've gotten into some good conversations for sure. Well, awesome. Let's see. Let's pull that. Let's pull Alvio up here and let's see what damage we can do.
To the market, right? Not to
To the
our
market, right?
not to our account.
That's right. Yeah, to the market. All right, I'm gonna give you control here. If I can move my Zoom controls are always in the way.
I don't know what it is about your charts, but they're always so much easier to see the price action on.
Is that right?
I don't know if it's the Zoom or just like a placebo effect.
Might be that. All right, go ahead and click, get a feel for that latency, draw a couple lines, do whatever you need to.
Oh
There's
yeah.
quite a bit of latency there. I always tell people that it's a real thing.
Okay.
All right. We ready to get started here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Traders, welcome out to the guest trading session. Our guest today is Nick Kovac, Hungarian pronunciation, Kovac.
Hey, yeah, I forgot you did that stint in Hungary.
That's how they say it in Hungary anyway. Is it, do you go Kovac?
Yeah, my
in
family
the
doesn't
US?
know anything. we just inherited it. We weren't like
You
we're
were
not
part of
stewards of it.
You were you didn't bring the goulash with you.
I did not.
Well, I'm excited to trade with you today, Nick. It's I've been, I've known you for quite a while now. I remember that summit back in Florida. At that, it was like a Disney resort.
Yeah.
I got it had like all of the different hotels around it.
Yeah. I actually didn't stay at that hotel. I stayed at like kind of a different one that was like, it was my birthday actually, because my birthday's in March 5th. So I went for like kind of my birthday trip or something, and then they left me like a cake and stuff, and I had to walk like around that corner of the highway to where you guys were. And so it felt like school or something, like I was commuting.
Oh, that's funny. A little backpack on and the books.
Yeah, my backpack with my laptop, and then the highlight was trading by the pool. I don't know.
That was fun. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember being like, I'm gonna sit right next to Sean.
I was so bright. I remember that I remember how bright the sun was, and I'm like, I can't even see the screen.
I was like, this is the life. This is what traders do.
Oh, good times. Well, let's get started here. Why don't you click on the day chart there? We'll start with looking at the big picture, work our way down. I guess it's such a transitory time right now where we're not sure, is the dollar going to keep strengthening, or is it going to just kind of die out? Zoom way in there because we're just stuck in that consolidation, right? Big big attempt to go higher about 3 days back, and then got pushed right back down, but we're really just kind of stuck. So we'll keep an eye on the lows of the day, so we make sure that we don't break down through those lows.
Okay.
If you want to throw a horizontal line in at the bottoms there,
Absolutely.
we'll just jot that number down. Yeah, so try and line up maybe the bottoms of those bodies, see if they line up with the bottoms of those wicks. If it's hard to grab, there you go. You got it.
You want the blue bodies or the green bodies?
That right where you had it just a second ago was looking good.
Up here?
Just a little lower. Right there. Perfect. Yeah, see, that's perfect. Really good. So 1.0492. So just jot that 1.04925 or 1924. And then really the breaking point is right at the top of the wick today. Today's
Oh,
wick.
oh, should I get a line there too?
Let's throw that on. You can kind of see it, and then about 4 days ago the breakout, and then the push right back in there. So 1.0579. Where was that?
Sorry.
A little higher.
Higher.
Yeah, right in there.
I guess I had it good at first.
05757. Cool. And then let's take a look at the hour chart next. And what we're going to look for is momentum slowing, because we're in that sideways consolidation. So we're just going to kind of see, are we in a period where momentum's picking up, or are we sliding into consolidation? What are we really kind of so really that last hour was the turning point. And so we're in the second candle on that turn. So that was the turn.
Okay.
And then the current candle is the second candle into the turn. So we expect some continued sell-off for the most part, I would think.
Okay. On down to like kind of the lows? Do you think it'll go down? And
I don't know. That's a good question, because there's a lot of support through in this consolidation range. There's so many different layers of support that I don't know where it'll stop. In order to get down into the bottoms, we probably need to see some momentum, like a lot stronger momentum pickup than
okay.
we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I will say where lately, at least, I've been running into a lot of trouble is when it's something like it is right here, and then it kind of plays in a small range, and I get used to that range, and then
it changes.
I rely on it bouncing, and it doesn't bounce, and and then I keep on adding levels as it goes down, and then it just falls out the bottom, and then I'm like, well, now
I think what you just described, Nick, is like probably one of the hardest concepts in trading, because it's like I always explain it as character or personality. You get used to one personality, and then all of a sudden it just shifts on you, and then you're dealing with something very different than what you were 5 minutes ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think it changes just enough to really just kind of get to kind of play with the the brain. It's like, well, it worked last time, why is it not working this time?
Yeah, especially when you're supposed to be betting on it worked every other time. And now you're like, yeah, well, seems like when I do it, it doesn't ever work.
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to see through all of that, but that's why the wobble technique works, is because even through all those different changes, there's still some underlying principles of volatility and and the the short-term patterns. They may not work in a moment, during this period, this personality, but this is a fairly rare personality, and so they work once you get back into the normal flow of things. And so that's why it's really hard, because you have to depend on, like, I gotta put my stack in, I gotta put my stack in, I gotta put my stack in, and you're like,
yeah, last week when you were up to 20 lots last week, I was like, okay,
well, and sometimes I have to like push it like that. I really do have to push it like that, just because it's like, oh, we're running out of time. And so
yeah, because I was gonna ask, like, I mean, I guess we should probably trade, but
But yeah, that's the issue sometimes.
So for you, a small starter position, you put on 5 trades, right?
Mhm.
Typically, is that half a level for you? Is that one level? How do you think of those first 5 trades?
So really, my in setup, I'm trying to target right around 6 lots for my account.
Okay.
So 6 lots is, about $6,000. Then I've got about another $6,000 for setup. And then, that leaves me with lots of money that I can manage if things go horribly wrong. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to keep it right within, about a fifth. I know, about a fifth of the account size for my setup and fix it. So
Okay.
And so if I start at five positions, and then I work up, on that second stack, I'm working up to about 1.5, 1 to 1.5 on the second stack. Then on the third stack up to about 3. And then the fourth stack, I should be about 6. So, and anything beyond that, I'm really going to have to start fixing, managing position sizes and stuff like that, just to try and manage those positions. Because if I haven't got the move I need within four attempts,
Mm-hmm.
I'm usually probably, I'm not going to get the move anytime soon, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm so glad to have you recorded saying these things.
Yeah, now it's on tape. Huh?
Yeah, now I can go look and be like, you lied.
All right. Let's the market is just not volatile again. I'm gonna cry.
We'll hang out with you all day.
Either that or allergies. Maybe it's just allergies.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and I know that we've got that downtrend on the hour chart, but it looks like we may be trying to poke some. Well, I don't know. Let's see if this pokes up through this little consolidation, and then let's counter that with some sells.
Okay.
Really, you talked about probabilities, and we are just like right in the middle of a 50-50. There's a lot of reasons why it would continue to go down, and a lot of reasons why it could make a little run for the top.
Okay.
So, but let's start out. If it can poke its head up above the tops of these on the 1 minute chart, there's like 10 candles where it's gone sideways.
Oh yeah.
If it can poke up on the top of that, let's start to push down on it.
Okay. Does your probabilities come from experience, like what you've seen happen, or?
Yeah. So when I talk about probabilities, like there's like the statistical probability where it's like all math supported, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like crunching the numbers, and none. When I talk probabilities, it's not that.
Okay.
It's like, it's probably, that's what I mean. It's probably, my probabilities are probably going to do this, or probably going to do
probably
that.
going to rain today.
Probably going to rain today. Not rooted.
That's not comforting.
No, it's rooted in experience, not in that.
It's completely anecdotal. Well, we're going the other way.
No. So we'll let it run. I was kind of hoping it would pop higher and then make this move. So this is
yeah, I probably talked through we would have been better over here. I had an idea for a new Alveo indicator that's just like the poker on TV, where you look at their cards and it tells you like 75% chance of winning, and as the chart unfolds, it'll be like 99% chance that it's going to go down. But now hearing what's behind the probabilities, I don't know how that
it would be a horrible indicator.
It would just be Nick Dixon on the other side saying
Yeah.
probably up or down.
It's cloudy. It's probably gonna rain.
Yeah.
That it's just not much. Let's look and see what the Euro JPY, if it's got any move. The yen got hammered overnight. So, oh wow, never mind.
Oops.
And then let's see what the 1 minute chart looks like.
Oh, you have it up. Nice.
Let's just throw a quick long on there just to see. Oh yeah, that's not bad. We might trade the yen.
All right. The boss.
All right, so yeah, we'll trade the yen for a minute and see if the Euro USD can find some volatility. So on these bottoms, as it pushes down, let's start to build a long position.
Okay.
Looks good.
Give me
Oh,
more.
that's good. Keep build up to about five positions. All right, let's get the turn right here. So, because you asked about those probabilities, like right here, you've got a greater chance of it going higher than it does lower. But if it does break lower, then it changes the pattern. So, and so then it's gonna shift that probability from moving higher to now. So I'll draw it out real quick and kind of show you. So we've got a pivot, a lower pivot, and we're like right here, right? So right now, as it sits, a turn off this point is the most probable move. So a pivot up higher from here. But if this breaks down, then it pushes us, we've got to hold above that point down there. And so that's a very different pattern than this is a pattern for a turn and a move higher. This is a pattern for we're going to move down, either move into consolidation on a higher time frame, like a 5 minute chart, or we're going to continue that move to the downside. So as long as it holds right here, then everything looks pretty good for that little pop higher.
So what makes you be focusing on it going up instead of like this up part being the retracement or like the minor trend to a down? It's like, yeah, go ahead.
So right here, the pullback here was deeper than like a really strong continued down move. So if this had turned right here, then that's really strong bearish, right?
Yeah.
The probability is that it's going to go down, but it broke up into like this area, and so it neutralizes that strong bearish tilt. And so and then if it holds this line, then this is a really beautiful reversal pattern, as long as it holds this line. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm kind of like forecasting the pattern into the future a little bit. And if it does this, then it should be a really good setup,
Okay. That makes sense.
which looks good.
Woohoo!
And what I don't like about this right now is see how muted the move is.
Yeah.
There's like it should be moving. Like this is a momentum period right here. This candle right here is momentum,
Hmm.
is when momentum should be picking up, and it's not. Sorry, go ahead and go put some. Never mind, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those shorts on there. So anytime, so like right there, you should have seen momentum pick up to the upside, but it
Uh-huh.
was so muted, right? There was like,
Yeah.
So just like you're picking up a big, if you're picking up like a big weight, heavy object, it's like, you can tell like when, if it just as easy as can be, then that's one thing. But if it's like, and struggling, then that's a sign that it's not going to follow through. So that's why I threw those shorts on, is because it's like, it's putting too much effort. And then
Yeah.
you compare the construction of that candle, the breakup candle right here, with the construction of this candle, and see how much easier it is to
Go down.
drop.
Yeah.
So now it's drawing its strength from all of this.
Mm,
This move right here just changed the probabilities back towards the bearish side.
okay. Should we sell at the top again?
I'm just watching how that candle forms. And again, I'm watching how much strength, how much resistance it's hitting into. So the only way we get back into a really good bullish argument is if we can get an outside range. So we come down. If it comes all the way back up into here, then that's a really strong outside range, and we'll go bullish. So
Oh, okay.
does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I just want, right before I throw the shorts on, I want to see, does it have that? Because right here it could get that, like that whipsaw before the bulls run in.
Hmm.
So I'm a little leery about stacking into the short side unless I know that it's not going to build that bullish momentum.
Hmm. Hmm.
Probably more advanced ideas than
Those are the, yeah, I think those are the ones that I don't have, but I need. Like last week, I was totally with Jeremy whenever he was like, I would have went long right here. And I was like the same. I was like, this is proven that we're in an uptrend. It held that line, and now it's at the line. We're supposed to buy right here. And then you were like, I don't know. I don't think so. And then it just dropped. And I was like, man, why do you have all the cheat codes?
the cheat codes. Yeah, where are those?
Yeah, I don't know what you're you got like the feed ahead of us or something.
Yeah,
Good.
pre-feed.
Put in a 10-second delay on us.
Really, it's my superpower. I can see 3 seconds into the future, but that's all I need.
All I need. Yeah, exactly. That's why you picked up the wobble technique instead of position trading.
That's funny. Yeah, so it's really like trying to make that run to the high side, but I don't think it's going to. So let's go ahead and straighten here. Let's throw a couple of shorts on.
Okay.
Not a full 5, but just a couple.
So would you say the fact that it didn't run up there kind of took away your feelings that it could be the outside range and the buyers could jump in, or?
Yeah, so as those buyers have stepped in to try and move it up, the sellers are putting that pressure still back on them.
Okay.
It hasn't broken to the downside yet. It's just holding right in here. So there's no breaks yet. And in order to put a short position on, we have to anticipate the break, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what causes us to think that the break is going to happen? Well, as it's moving up, the pressure comes back and gives it those tails on the top. So it moves up, pressure comes in, moves up, pressure comes in, that's the only thing that really kind of gives us the idea that it's going to break to the downside. And it just tried to make a break to the downside and got rejected right there. So
Mhm.
that's another sign that's like that pendulum of probability is just swinging like 51%, 49%, 51%, 49. And that's statistically significant.
Okay,
There's math there.
that's okay. That's good to know because that's how it's in my mind is doing
There's
that. I'm like down, no up, no down, no up. No, I don't know anything about trading.
uh,
Should I at these highs be selling, trying to get the line above these body
Yeah.
lows?
yeah, you're spot on. You did really good with that last trade. Now, eventually here we're going to see one of these sides take over. Now, oftentimes a pound, like where it's pounding down like this,
Hmm.
where it goes up and then pounds down, that's normally we read that hey, there's a lot of downward pressure on it. um, um, and whether that's because there's a lot of pressure or whether it's because they're trying to stop the real pressure which is going up, we don't know.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
so
I did wonder that.
what we'll have to do in order to find that out is watch and see how many of these type of scenarios. Let me hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many of these scenarios we get where the turn is like starting and it gets rejected. So we had that right here. Like
Mhm.
there should have been follow through on a candle like that. That's one that there should have been follow through. It didn't follow through.
Mm,
This is the second one where it started making its run down and it got rejected back up. That's the second time it's done that.
mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So right here, this is the third attempt to break lower. Now, if it doesn't break here, we're going to want to put the longs on
Okay.
because that's a pretty good sign. After 3 times, it's not able to break. In fact, let's just close those shorts out and replace them with longs,
Just close them.
one at a time.
Oops.
Yeah, try it right there. Beautiful. And yeah, good.
Give me the money.
Good.
And put
Get ready
longs.
with the longs. wait first. Oh,
Oops.
we want to see if it.
It's just a test trade.
It's all good. That's what I think is great about the way we trade is that it doesn't matter if we throw one on.
Yeah. How did you
One
use
trade is not going to do us any harm or good.
How did you used to trade before you traded like this?
Oh, yeah, it was bad. See, there's the break. So now let's see if there's the follow through on the break. Go ahead and start adding slowly on the lows. So as it pushes down into the lows, add a little bit of the longs.
I'm at
Yeah.
5. Do you want more than 5?
I learned fairly early, like I was in the market probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years before I learned that it's such a fool's game to throw all your money into a trade. Takes me a little while to figure things out.
Hey man, I'm right there. I'm about to learn that. Right at 6 years.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember like throwing, well, when you've got a small account, it's easy to throw all your money on a trade
Yeah.
because it's like it's all I got.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. We'll see if all that little tug of war is gonna pan out or whether we got another leg lower right in here.
Should we just put 20 lots on right now?
Just throw them all on.
Should I add
Alright.
here?
Add right here. Yeah. Keep adding. Add, build up to about 1.5 right here. This is a
Okay.
great place to do that. Now it's following through. You've got a break from the previous low. So now we're following through. So let me zoom in on that 5-minute chart if you can. I want to see what the pattern looks like over there. Yeah, see, doesn't look bad. If it doesn't follow through and build momentum here, that's actually a really good pattern for like a divergence trade.
I need more information.
On the so if it follows through right here and you get momentum building to the downside, then we're going to go into fix it mode pretty quick.
Oh, okay.
Holds this, but if it holds this level and doesn't follow through with the with momentum to the downside,
Mm-hmm.
then it's a beautiful setup for a divergence trade, meaning it's making lower lows but on smaller and smaller with smaller and smaller conviction.
Mm-hmm.
And so that will set up the counter move. But so we just kind of have to watch that candle and see if it starts to build momentum to the downside here. Like that. And now we're in fix it mode.
Yeah, I'm constantly amazed how like I can not get 2 pips up and then get like 5 or 7 down and then put another layer and not get 2 pips up and then and I was like, can't I just turn this upside down and like do this the other
Why does
direction?
it not go the other direction?
Yeah, can't I just add every time and never get stopped out?
Problem is that it does, but we don't see those trades. Go ahead and throw a couple longs in right here. Yeah, go ahead and build up to about 3. 1, 2, 3 full lots. So
this was the other half of my question, which was like where to build and then how big. Because I find myself in a kind of a low volatility market, kind of, just being 2 to 3 pips away from each level. And then when the character changes, that really hurts. And so when I try to defend against that and I stay light, I don't make any money. It's just like 0.1 or 0.2% for the day.
So right here, we need to have a pretty good stack, right? That's why we build up to about 3 here.
Mm-hmm.
Because no matter what, even if we go 3 or 4 lots, even build up to 3 or 4 lots here, we're not going to make enough money to pay for all of the losses on the first couple stacks, right? Oh, right. Build up again. So you've got to get a pretty heavy little stack right here in fix it mode when you're trying to fix something that's going wrong. You've got to get a pretty heavy stack right in here. Keep going. And then this is the hard thing about the Euro JPY is that once it gets into a rhythm and going, it's hard to stop it. That's why I don't trade this currency pair as much as I trade the Euro USD. There's a little less volatility and a little more trending nature to this. So anyway, so you've got to get a really good stack on right in here. Otherwise, it's going to take you forever and you're going to have to work through a ton of like up and down movements and stuff like that. So you pick a really good spot where you should get a pretty good bounce. And we should get a pretty good bounce like right in here.
Should I keep adding?
Because we've got that first retracement move that we're going to be hoping to grab. Yeah, keep adding. And the thing that we didn't want to have happen is what happened. But it was like so good there for a minute. It was looking good.
Yeah, you know, I often wonder if I know anything about trading or if it's just volatility that I'm like, I don't think I know anything about price action. I'm just getting lucky that it blips 2 pips in my direction.
Volatility is like the key though. I mean, that really is the key. And then when you hit like a trending nature, I'm gonna go a little bit bigger right in here.
Yes, please. I'm nervous to add
Right,
all your
yeah.
money on this trade.
We're good.
Okay, good. It's like I'm pouring sugar in your or milk in your coffee. I'm like, more? Are you sure? You're like, oh, cheese on the pasta. Keep going.
Keep going, yeah.
I'm like, are you
keep
sure?
going. Just more cheese, please.
I can't see the pasta anymore.
The poor waiter at Olive Garden's like, I can't go anymore.
He's like, I'm out. My
Sweat
shaker is
just
empty.
pouring down his face.
Yeah, that side by side with you adding positions would probably be a very good video.
So we're just about to max position on Fix It. So we should, if we don't get some of that counter movement happening, we're gonna be hitting. There we go, right there. So okay, so now we'll keep an eye on that 331. That's our realized.
Okay.
So we're up to 340. Nice count, nice bounce there. So we're up to 350. We got a lot to work off of on this. And we need to pick a realistic target, where we expect that market's gonna if it makes its up leg or when it makes its up leg, where does it go? So we'll try and build up to about 12 here.
Do you want me to do that?
I'm sorry, I'm just doing it just because
yeah,
I
that's
want to get those trades on.
so you were saying 6 lots was sort of what you max for setup, you earmark, and then 6 more for fixing it. So 12 total.
Yeah.
In an ideal world.
And if I'm really in trouble, I'll build up into the 20s. So but that's only if I'm really, really in trouble. Like with Jeremy. Right, Jeremy?
Yeah, it was really cool to see what he looks like because I do recognize his name from the chat.
That's why I like these guest traders. It's like, we don't, everyone's scattered all over the place. So it's nice.
Yeah. I was thinking we all in the chat probably feel like we're all best friends with you because we hang out with you every week. You're just like, I don't know, there's a bunch of names and streaming data on the side.
What's the worst is that, I get to know I get to know the usernames.
Oh yeah.
You guys come to like boot camps. I'm like, okay, username, and then I gotta do correlation.
We should wear little name tags with our usernames on them. It's like a gamers convention or something.
Okay, so we were at 331. Now we're up to 444. So that these little bounces are doing us some good. But we really need this stack and probably that stack to really like pull this off.
Okay.
And then I'm not really expecting the market. So part of successful trading is like knowing where the market is if it makes its retracement and it makes its move, where will it likely get to?
Mm-hmm.
And so these are all kind of out of bounds up here.
Yeah, I mean, like on a good day, you don't need to know that because volatility takes care of it. So then it's like you get used to that. And then on a bad day, you have to actually understand price action. And you're just like, oh man, like I have no idea how far. If I knew how far it would run, I would be a position trader.
Yeah, it's that mix that's good. It's that mix between trading and position trading.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember when you were first creating the wobble and you were like, you have to actually have a valid setup. You said that a lot, but I ignored you. And when people were like, what strategy to use? And I'm like, wobble. And then you would say, wobbling is not a strategy, it is a technique. And I was like, whatever, I wobble.
Wobble. Well, that was a little that little tail on there. We shouldn't have traded the Euro JPY.
Yeah.
Okay, now if it can hold this level now, we got that same pattern that we were looking at before, where we got that little we were looking at it on the 5-minute chart, but we got the pattern now on the 1 minute chart.
Okay.
Where it's that divergence move.
Yeah.
Hold
Like,
that divergence.
okay.
Nick, that was really good. We just need more. We need that follow through. We need that stack getting hit right in here, and then we're in like sweet spot. We can work out of just about anything if we can get that stack right in here.
Okay.
Right in there. Because I'm kind of holding off, taking off the loss trades.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're right at our stop loss.
But we need that little pop right here.
Robin has some excellent questions in the chat.
Oh yeah. I haven't even.
Why didn't we do a quick analysis with the daily and the 1 hour like we did with the Euro USD? And how can we make profit with 2 pips whenever half or more is the spread?
We don't trade.
I didn't want to try to answer those because I was like, good question, Robin. Sean can see 3 seconds into the future. He doesn't need those things.
You don't need that. The spread compensates for itself, so we'll still make 2 pips. No, don't drop here. That's not what we need. That would be really bad. That is not a good pattern right there. Sorry, Nick.
Oh no, this is I'm glad you can see what it looks like when I trade.
I really didn't expect it to drop through all of this. This has been pretty solid through several weeks of trading. So
Yeah, this is yeah, this feels like what I've been going through. I'm just like, this will hold. Nope, it didn't. Now then it goes it's like a giant outside range. We should get slammed with some like, you know, some group of traders that pooled all their billions of dollars here in a second.
I don't know if there was some announcement, but we're still just hanging in there. That was looking pretty grim there for a minute because
Yeah.
we had body closes, and then that little this candle was quite a bit lower.
You're not, so like, if we don't make money, do I have to send you a check?
Yeah, we never had that experience.
I'll show it on the screen. Here's your
What
check,
should we-
Sean.
How do we work this? Let's figure this out.
$1,000
before this
apiary
trade.
fund.
Yeah, let's figure this out before this trading session ends.
You're like, trader on the street is a break-even proposition. We will never lose money.
We will never lose money.
Yeah, I was thinking like, does trader on the street mean like I'm homeless? Like,
Yeah.
there was that professional poker player. I remember watching his documentary that he would like go to the casino. I think it was Phil, maybe, or I don't remember his name, but he's the one with the intense stare. And he would like go to the casino, lose all his money, sleep under the bridge for the weekend till he got paid. Every time he got paid, he'd do this. And I was just like, this feels like my trading. Like, I'm just like, this is it, all in. Nope. Gotta wait again.
Come on now, just get up to that circle area. You're pounding out a bottom. It's looking.
Come on.
Nice little turn in the market.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the sellers to be like, okay, I give up. I can't help but add a story when I'm trading, and I don't know if that's always good or not. I'm like, who's
Yeah.
the evil villain on the other side of this?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to start to peel off some of those losses. We got plenty of like gains,
Oh yeah, yeah.
so we're gonna pull that back down to 300. See if we get that follow through on that candle. We're in good shape. Come on, get that. We need that stack. That stack is like our big.
It's right there too.
It's our big break even moment right in there.
Give it to us. Yeah, I have trouble with like hitting my levels, and then I think I'm still practicing calculating the break even point, because I'll be slightly negative in the end.
So let's see if we build a little momentum here. I'm not expecting much more.
I was like, you went past 300. It's a good thing you traded before I got on.
There's a little bit of strategy to that.
I was like, oh, nice. Starting out at 1.11%.
Hey, we got through that relatively unscathed.
Ooh,
Let's
yeah.
start this again. Should we go back to the euro? Oh, it's not moving much more, is it?
Yeah, it looks like it didn't do anything since we left. Now we
Let's
put on
build the
rock.
shorts now. Now that we're on the downside of this, now it's going to rally all the way up, right?
Yep.
I want to make you some money, Nick. So
That's so kind of you.
So I'm going to get a little aggressive on this little play.
All right. It's Jeremy time. I feel like now I've been saying Justin this whole time. His name's Jeremy. Sorry, Jeremy.
So all I'm looking for here is just that quick pullback. So we made the turn on that 5-minute chart, but now this is the first retracement setup. But technically, we've got a long ways for that. Like we got all the way back up to here for that first retracement.
Oh, yeah.
So we were at 331 on our to get back to break even.
Yeah, I
On
think,
the
yeah.
pips.
So. I got a little notebook because you were always writing stuff down, but I never write anything down. I just
never
have
did.
it over there.
Get to see through those yellows. There we go. Well, that didn't do us much good. we're still down about $100 from where we started. So. All right, let's go see what the Euro USD is doing. Pretty similar pattern, right? Euro JPY, two bear candles, Euro USD, 2 bear candles. I don't know what to do. I don't know which one to trade right now. There's not enough volatility in the Euro USD to really get excited, but that the 5-minute chart on the Euro JPY is not looking good.
Yeah, it looks
for
scary to
longs.
me.
But we've got more volatility. Let's watch this one for a minute. Robin, counter trading. Yeah, so the reason why it looks where we've moved significantly further on those 5-minute charts than what has been common in the most recent trading. And so we're just trying to catch the outer edge of a retracement on the 5-minute charts. So there are times when you want to go counter, and then there are times when you want to go with the bias. And so right when we started this trade was a great time to go counter because we had a lot of support, a big counter move. And so that was a good time. But it just went a little further than we were expecting. So that was the challenge. And the same thing would be on the Euro USD. If we decide to go long, the only reason we would decide to go long is because we're on the outer edge of an expansion. So expansion, actually, that's actually not looking too bad for a long-term setup on that 5-minute chart. A lot of wicks on the top, so see where that puts us right there. So really it's a function of where we are in the structure right now, and we're towards the end of or what. I mean, you can't say that we're at the end because we don't know, but we're towards what we would perceive to be the end of an expansion phase. Okay, Nick, we need to build a pretty good high probability trade right in here. So let's we're gonna look right there, start to add slowly for the longs. And what we really need is we need it to hold this these lows here. So as it breaks down into the lows, we're gonna look for it to hold the lows, move into sideways consolidation.
Okay.
If we've got the first signs of consolidation starting to form on that 5-minute chart, which is good. So we just need this to hold right in here. Same pattern as before before the big drop. We're seeing that same pattern right in here, where we've got that higher pivot, current pivot. If we form a pivot here, it's a higher pivot and a good setup for a test of the higher range. Yep, you got it. But we got to get some size on in order to kind of recoup what we've got. So go ahead and build all through this range.
Okay.
On the lows, as it comes into the lows, build, and we'll build up to full 6 slots.
Whoa. Should I be adding here or waiting for it to come back?
Wait for it to come back. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, wait for it to come back.
I added anyway.
A little more than that. Wait for it to come back a little
That
more.
was my measuring stick.
Right here. Starting here. There you go. Slowly. Stronger, faster.
Harder, better.
Yeah. Sounds like a song.
I think it is one. Do you teach your kids to trade, and is it like
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, it's like this.
You're like, nope, not there.
My son and I traded last night.
Nice.
That's what we, and he was like, "It looks like it's going up, Dad," and you're going short. I'm like, "Don't, son."
Hey, don't touch that.
don't bother me like that, or don't bother it felt like saying, just shut up.
Watch the charts.
The pattern is, if it holds this, so we're early stage pattern, build a couple more in here. We're really just early stage pattern. So the markets move from consolidation to expansion, back to consolidation to expansion. And so right now we're in consolidation. And so where does it expand to next? The most
Mm.
likely expansion is for a retrace on the 5-minute charts. That's why we're building the longs.
Mm.
That was good.
Nice.
That was really good. Now let's see if we get that, if it pushes back down and we can get some more trades on.
That's that one I did too early.
That's that one trade. It should hit.
Whew.
Now, a pull back, and right on the high, the wick, the previous wick is where we can start to build. So we're going to look for a pullback to test the break.
And we're adding long still, right?
Mhm. There's a lot of pressure still on that in this market, so we don't want to push those targets up very high. We want to get them below that.
That body.
Mhm. Right there. Beautiful. This one could come a little deep, so just be slow on the build. Let it come back down deeper. Test the lows. Like we're not even at here. Good. Add a couple more right on the lows. Good. Those are beautiful targets right in there, Nick.
Oh, well, thank you.
Beautiful. So right in here, there's a relatively decent chance that it pops down into that section. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll just be careful of that.
Then we close everything, right?
No.
Just kidding. You're like, stop it.
No, Nick. How many times have I had to tell you?
Just shut up.
Shut up, kid.
I'm fixing it.
My son was like, Dad, it's going up and you're short. I'm like, I know, son. I
so
have eyes.
obvious.
He's like, but Dad.
Dad, you said you wanted it to go the direction you're trading, and it's not. So
I wake him up at like 1 a.m. See, I told you it would work. There's that drop that I was anticipating. So start building pretty heavy. Build. This is a 16-year-old or 15-year-old. Right there. Build a good stack right in there. All of that is really good. Now it just needs to hold this and at least give us a good little bounce off it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep at it. You're good. And it didn't hold, but that's okay. We're still in good shape. We're still in good shape. So now we got a body test on the lows. And we just need a bounce. Just keep building, build up to full 6. run it, the mouse just a second. We're gonna
Yeah.
pull these tops.
So this is like we took all of our levels that we normally allocate to a setup and we just put them right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So then if it goes down, we're in fix it, basically.
Yeah, that's like, this is our setup. So
Okay.
there's not any layers to really fix to work with.
Okay.
And of course, we break.
Give me a break. I'm sure it's just a false break.
It is.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just that same, it's that same
A
over.
pattern. We're like, here we are again. We did not learn our lesson. Ooh.
Now, I was kind of hoping that would happen this time. It didn't happen. It's that same pattern that I was looking for up here. Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
Where I was like, if it doesn't follow through to the downside, then we have a really good chance of like a pop right in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this time it's the same pattern. We broke down, and if it doesn't follow through to the downside, then we have a really good chance of a pop right here, which is what I was kind of hoping.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to make this turn. This one, 2 seconds left. That was good. And then the follow through. Follow through. Good. Now we'll peel off those top ones. We don't need those anymore.
Nice.
Phew. That's what it was supposed to do back over here.
That's more like it, market.
That's right.
Behave.
And we're back in the game.
Whew.
We've got about 80 to hit our target. We need to make about $80 to hit our target. So
Okay. So I've been in this situation before. And I've been wondering, like, when does it count as, I mean, not that you would ever overtrade, but when does it count as overtrading? Is it like once the volatility is gone? Is it like you're beyond your normal mental capacity to digest patterns?
that's good. That's a good question. So I know it looks like it's when you start to break your process, when your process starts to break down, then you know you've overtraded. When you start to like even we basically put our entire setup position in like right in this area, right over here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that's not breaking down our process, because that was our setup. That is our setup.
Yeah.
And so that's not breaking it down. But if we had started
Okay.
to build, like thrown 12 trades on right in here,
Mm,
that would have been breaking down our process.
okay.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If I start to um, there's some sync issues, like where I'm synced with the market and I'm not synced with the market.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and so if I find that I'm like not synced with the market, then I need just to take a break to just like get my head back into like get back into the rhythm. We're in pretty good rhythm right now. Like the market changed its character over here.
Yeah.
Which we can't control that, but we're still in pretty good sync. I mean, we had most of our trades right in that circle.
Uh-huh.
The majority of our trades were right in that circle. Everything when that hit, and things were in good shape at that point. Even down here, we're in pretty good sync with the market. Let's go ahead and throw a couple on right.
Yeah. I think I was like you said about syncing, like, which was basically a character change that I didn't understand. I was treating that as over trading because I would just be like, well, I should be able to trade all day long, but then the character would change and I would be way out of sync and it would be going poorly. And then I was like, I think this is over trading, but I think what you're saying makes more sense.
Robin, if you're being on the wrong side of the market, is there a right side of the market? I think that's an honest question. Like, is there a right and is there a wrong to the market? Because what your comment says is that, you're basically alluding to the idea that there is a wrong side to the market. And the markets are always they're always changing, right? They're always changing. What matters at the end of the day is, does your process yield a profit? Right. There is a question of, how much time and energy and effort goes into that. But if you had predicted that this market would have dropped in here, if you had predicted that and it didn't, because there were several points in here where it could have staged a rally, then would you have been on the wrong side of the market? Would you have been wrong? Or would you have still been able to make money? And that's what I try and do, no matter what the market does, my process is constantly putting me into a position where I can make the money, make my money, make my money, make my money. To me, there is no right or wrong side of the market. It's, does the market do what the position wants, or does it not in the moment? And then what is the process behind me that allows me to get into a profit eventually? Because no one's going to call the market perfectly. Nobody. All right. So here, Nick, we've got it's a real consolidating pattern over here. And looking for that turn will come right about where those top profit targets are. So now just looking for it to hold these lows right in here. Just inside this consolidation on that 5-minute chart. Get a good little stack of trades coming in right there. Can we get this little turn, or does it break? Okay, so it's pushing right into the lows. So look up at that 1 minute, 40 seconds left on that candle. So a lot of time for a little wick, or a lot of time for a momentum break. And there's a little lower lower low.
I have PTSD when the chart like moves
When it
because
hits
it's going
down,
lower.
the whole show, the
Yeah,
whole-
the alveo like auto zoom down.
Okay, no momentum here.
Probably just an exhaustion
Fortunate-
candle, right?
Unfortunately, that is 30 seconds left on that 5-minute candle.
Come on, don't
So
do this to us.
last 20 seconds right in here. Good place for a little pop if it's going to.
Diamond hands.
And no wick on that 5-minute chart. So again, now just looking for a little pop back up. So now these trades up here are out of bounds. So we're gonna have to pull these down.
Ugh. They don't look out of bounds.
They are out of bounds. So out of bounds.
That has been pretty I don't know, hard to get my mind around, like the fact that it can move down so dramatically, but then I have to be like, well, now it can't move up, that I can't expect it to move up that same amount.
Not on days like today where it just keeps persisting, right?
Yeah.
There's at some point where it's where it just gets so overextended that it'll make its run to the high side, but you just don't know where that is. And so you can't assume that this is it or the next one is it, or you just can't make those assumptions. And so at this point, even a rally up to here is asking a lot. I mean, it's not asking a lot. That's a realistic expectation. A rally up to here is asking a lot because you have to break through that.
And that's so crazy that like we look at this, and I guess it's just a matter of time, because it's like you look at that and that's hard and we shouldn't expect that, but then if you're looking at the 5-minute chart or the hour chart, you're totally expecting it to go way beyond that and back up again.
Mhm.
But I guess that's because of the time frame. You mean we can't expect it to go up there in a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's exactly right. That could take us a long time.
Yeah.
And I really kind of expected a little bit more of a. This is the thing about that euro, though.
Man, that drop.
Do we just get caught in like a Bank of Japan experiment? Is that what we're
Right. I try to trade the euro yen at night sometimes, and it feels like everybody is in complete sync with each other. So when it moves, it'll just go like 40 pips one way, 40 pips the other way.
uh,
And I'm just like, is there just one bank over there and they have all the money?
oh, Nick.
You're like, yeah, that is what.
Well, at this point, I really need to process as I need to put these down here. But that just kind of
It hurts.
hurts.
Yeah, hurts bad. Ooh.
Really not super sure that we're going to get that nice little up leg. It's in a really strong bear pattern right now.
Mm.
Euro's dead.
That's like super dead, like midnight.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather be trading this than the Euro USD right now. So
Oh,
at least there's some movement here.
yeah.
Let's see about a hedge real quick here.
Nice.
It's almost as bad as that last run. Exactly.
I
As
know,
bad.
I'm like tempted to go look at the hourly and be like, wow, where are we heading? Brad, so kind.
Yeah.
I I always like that you respect the space in his name and you call him
B-Brad.
B-Brad. And I just was like, Brad.
I think it's the coolest I think it's the coolest username.
B-Brad. It's like him in 505. I'm just like, whoa.
So there's funny thing about that is 505 was my area code growing up. So I know it's 50 for him, it's 50-50.
Oh,
50, but I always say 505 because it's like what I used to say growing up.
that's so funny. Yeah, I didn't know. I just figured it's like a phone number or something.
So definitely now we've got to pull these down. So we're in, and whatever volatility we had is now gone again, back in that marching market. But we're going to pull these down.
Pulling down. It kind of gives you something to do while you wait.
It's very helpful.
It's cathartic. Yeah, whenever you were like developing that Magneto move, I was like, but it's so cathartic to move them.
Come on. Get us a good little pop off these lows.
I like that you guys are still here, and B, explained your usernames.
Yeah, 505.
I have often wondered about that 50-50 proposition thing, because I feel like, yeah, a lot of the time I'm pretty consistently on the wrong side of a 50-50. Oh,
We may be, oh boy, maybe
that
some
doesn't
heat
look
here. I should not be trading the euro. Not in the morning.
It's funny how you remember all your rules as they're going on. Like, this is why.
Oh, come on.
Whoa, I did not do that.
That was me.
I am not sabotaging us.
A little turn. We need that turn right in here. So here's if we can get the turn, get this stack off the books, then I'll start to build another short position. If we start to see some resistance up in this area. So we'll hedge off all of this, but really in order for that to work, we really need to get this off the books right in here.
So that's interesting that you would be willing, after all of this kind of what I see as overextension and an inevitable reversal, you'd still be willing to go short.
but it's a hedge. So
So it's like a short-term short.
yeah, so it would just be hedged to hedge this off, see where it takes you next. So
Uh-huh.
if it follows through, because it's going to have a little bit of a battle right in here.
Mm-hmm.
So right in this area, it'll have a bit of a battle. It may just stop there if it gets up that high even. And so I'm going to watch it and see how it kind of comes up into that,
Mm-hmm.
and see if I need to put the hedges on for that.
Okay. Then if it goes down, you just close out the top ones, and if it goes up, you'd close out the bottom ones.
Yeah, or it's another adjustment trade at that point.
Hmm.
So like if it comes up here and bounces down, it'll close out the shorts for profit. And then I can put the longs back on, and I can bring these the break even point down.
Mm.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So here's where I'll start. Here's where I expect that little bit of pressure to start hitting the market. So I'll start out slow. That was good. I mean, that kept us in the game right there. That little move.
Back in the game.
Back in the game.
Overtime.
All those hedges are coming in with a really good target.
Yeah. I was surprised I was so close.
And we're in our ratio right now is about 2 to 10, so 1 to 5. One part shorts, 5 parts longs.
Oh, okay.
So as it comes up, I'll increase that ratio.
That is always a good lesson for me, as is like you are not deterred immediately. Like when it moves against me, I was like, I was wrong. I was dead wrong. And then you're like, I will add more here.
So it just making sure that it's not like just random, like there's a reason for it, right? And
Yeah.
and you've got to plan. Like that thing could have just dropped right in there and just not come back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got to be able to know that that's an option for that market.
Yeah.
So now our ratio is probably closer to, I couldn't tell how many, I was not paying attention, how many of the longs came off.
Mm.
But I think we're now about 3 or 4, probably 4 to 10 or 4 to.
Man, we have a lot of pips. I remember we were trying to get back to 300 before. Now we have 1200. All pips, no money.
So now let's see if it drops, if it turns, or if it breaks.
Yeah, this is always a weird spot for me emotionally.
It's hard. It's the hardest place.
Yeah. It is a crazy psychological experience whenever the market's going against you really bad, and then you put on a hedge, and in your mind you were saying, I'm always wrong, I can never get it right, and then you put on the hedge and you're like, what?
You always put on the hedge and you're always stuck with the losing position.
Yeah.
That's what it always is.
Yeah.
And then you're like, how do I fix this losing position now that I
Yeah. I'm half right now. Where would we have to go to decide we were in now an uptrend? Like how high on like
a long ways?
a long, okay.
Yeah. So on the 1 minute chart, like if we can get up above this where my cursor is right here,
Yeah.
if we can get up above that, that's the first leg of the first sign of the uptrend.
Okay.
And then you've got to pull back, but you got to pull back. You can pull back, but it just can't be below this. So
Okay.
beautiful.
Yeah, when you first told me about market structure, it changed my mind about a lot of stuff. Or normal market structure anyway.
So we're now in what could be considered the first, well, we've still got some ways to go before I'd be willing to really say that it's changed directions. Okay, now fortunately, it took most of those longs,
Yeah.
but unfortunately,
Yeah, that's like a hard thing to deal with. It's like, oh man, if I had just waited. But you have to be safe.
yeah, especially there where you're not sure. This candle is kind of an anomaly. But look, so now what we'll be doing is we'll probably try and pick a good, I don't think I can move them fast enough. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pick a good, safe, even spot for those shorts. So
Do you still have a few buys on?
I do, just a
Okay.
handful.
Okay.
4 or something like that.
So then we'd have to get through that little bit of support over there on the left to get to that spot we're pegging for our hedges.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly clear because it kind of got a little muddled there. What I can only guess what our ratio is here to here.
Oh yeah.
But what I'm trying to do right now is find a nice quick retracement where we can get that, where we can catch a break even on these hedges. And I really did not expect it to run that hard, that fast off those lows. I expected a little bit more resistance than that.
Yeah.
Hedging is really hard to pull off. And if this just marches straight up, I don't know what to say, Nick.
You can just let me in the founders crew and we'll call it even. Then you can teach me what we should have done differently.
Oh my goodness. That is quite a great little run off the bottom.
I finally got that retracement.
I don't know what to say on this one, Nick. There should have been more resistance to that rally.
I believe you.
I don't know if we're gonna get down to our break even point. That's the hard part.
Mm. Yeah, it does seem like we should run into like quite a bit of resistance where we're at on the 5 minute.
All right, so now we're gonna try and try and get back to that point right there. Two. That's a big hefty loss.
How do you think about pips and size together? Do you just multiply it out and just kind of
Yeah,
like,
so I know for a fact that I've got probably five lots down there because I
Mm.
was ratioing it as it was coming in. I was like building to ratio that out. I wanted to be about 50-50 right there.
Mhm.
So I know I've got about 5 lots there. So we're and then we'll probably be about break even on another 5 to 6 lots.
Oh yeah.
So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to just scale into a big enough position right in here to catch
Mm.
to offset some of those losses, and then try and be as close to, because we made good money on the way up, right? We made some good profit on the way up.
Mhm.
So all I have to do on this, my whole objective on these shorts is just to break even.
Mm.
So I don't have to make money. That's the nice thing. I just have to get as close to break even as possible.
Okay. And then you're size wise, you're still just always assuming 2 pips, and then, but you're going for that. You're trying to get out of the bottom ones at that 12 pip loss.
Yeah, the bottom ones are going to be 12 pips. So the problem, let's say that I had 5 on at the bottom, 5 lots, 5 as, and let's say that the average is let's say about 10 pips of loss.
Mhm.
So if I'm making 2 and 3 pips on 5, then I need to be 5 times the size, if that makes sense. I'm just doing funny math to try and make sure
Yeah,
that
yeah.
believable. Unbelievable. Nick. Did not expect this.
Me neither. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, how do you math wise worry about the commission or whatever, that 0.04, or
I
you know a
don't
loss is a
even-
little more expensive than a win.
Yeah, I don't even really count it in.
Okay. Man, that was a bull run.
Yeah, that's you. I'm at a loss.
I mean, it's super comforting to me that like you're flabbergasted, because when this happens to me, I'm like, man, I'm never gonna get trading down. And it's nice to hear like, you know, that's not typical, and you just gotta see more days.
Well, I mean, so uh, to have all of this selling pressure for all the morning, and to
Mhm.
not get another down leg here, to not get one 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 here. I mean, you should have had somewhere along all that around that entire spectrum. You should have had some sort of a pullback through one of those. We haven't
Yeah.
had anything. So it's just an anomaly. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the fact that we're at our stop losses again on the other side of the
on
chart.
the other side of it, yeah, those are some pretty big waves to deal with.
Yeah. It's that guy in Japan, man, I'm telling you.
We're in trouble here. It just hit some stops. We're trading without stops right now.
All gas, no brakes.
Unbelievable, guys. And I might, Nick, I'm happy to have you stay on with me, but if you have other things to do, it's just going to be
No, I don't mind.
a little bit of a
There has been
challenge.
yeah. There's been a handful of days that I've, you guys in the trading room on Thursdays usually say like, I'm in this position, I'll be trading this the rest of the day. See you later. And then you leave. And I don't know what that looks like, but I've been stuck, all the way up till the spread goes weird, and then it becomes 4 o'clock. And, and I'm like, what was I supposed to do before we got here? So I don't mind seeing what it looks like whenever you say, whew, this is going to take a while.
Well, it's
if you'll have me anyway. You don't have to have me if you want to go cry.
Oh, no. No, I don't mind. It's just going to be a minute. And I may even switch sides if this has another run here. markets are in, the markets everywhere are just in a real funk right now because the, interest rates, the inflation outlook, stagflation, it's just like nobody really knows what to expect right now. Man, I really did not expect that to run that hard off those bottoms. I mean, I was expecting a pullback, but this is insane. And this is the last in my fix it mode right here. Because if it doesn't stop here, then we've got one little area right here where we could see some turn. But other than that, it's like way up there.
We should ask your son what to do.
Yeah. Dang, that hedge idea.
I know.
Why did I even think of that?
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Dave said the Euro USD started moving finally.
Oh, is that right?
Don't tell us that.
I really, this is just I knew there were some buyers in there, but I had no idea they were this strong. It just keeps marching up.
And Hubble Wobble said that the Euro Yen was responsible for adding the Hubble in front of his name.
The thing about the Euro Yen is that if you get caught on, it's more marching like this. This is more common in the Euro Yen, not as common in Euro USD, but very common in Euro Yen. And so if it decides to make one of these runs against you, you end up, doing what we're doing.
Just stuck in it. Yeah. Is that because there's more people on the same sentiment? So like when the buyers are buying, all of them are buyers. And in the Euro USD, we have more kind of varying traders.
I think it's, part of it's got to be a function of competition and
Yeah.
good heavens.
Yeah, because so like the market moving, I guess some percentage of that is people just doing normal transactions between currency exchanges. Like they just need to convert money into other money. And then there's some percentage that are actually traders who are trading.
Yeah, there's your banks. Banks have one purpose and one reason for being in there. Institutional money like sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, institutional funds. They have another purpose and reason for being in there. Businesses, corporations with international transactions, they have another purpose for being into there. All of these don't necessarily correlate with good price action or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Some of it is a function of hedging and carry trades. So you got a huge market in carry trades and stuff like that. So that doesn't calculate into what we're doing.
Okay.
So, and then there are, some currencies are more geared towards trading. There are a lot of transactions in them. Those transactions create the patterns that we can see. And then there's others that are just, get them moving and they just
Hmm.
go that direction until they don't. Until they don't. Okay. This is brutal, Nick. Do we get a turn? If we get a turn, there's so much we gotta fix. We got to get all the way down here to get to the majority of our trades. They're down there.
We love trading.
This is gonna take a while. I love it until I'm in this situation. So where's realistic? On a pullback, where is realistic?
To be above that wick on the 5 minute.
Right. This is all realistic, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Down here, probably not so much, but we're gonna be. Come on, we need this turn. This is a big deal for us. Not even there yet.
I mean, it's really nice that you've been able to pull it out twice or 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, this is even pushing my comfort level. On days like today, I'm just like, where you go 1 major fix, 2 major fixes, 3 major fixes, and now we're in our 4th major fix. I don't even know if that's.
Yeah. Yeah, plus because like the balancing of the levels keeps on stacking. Like even when you've taken off one, you can't go to a smaller size because the one you're stuck with is
Huge.
double or triple. Yeah. No.
Yeah, we need that.
Need the buyers to go to lunch. Whoa. Did you get 2.34% return, Lauren? You should have been the guest trader.
Yeah, he should have been me.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me trade with you next. It's like do the opposite of what they're doing.
Seriously, today that would have been the key. Okay. We need that. With this, we can we need this in order to in order to be in a spot where we can fix,
Hmm.
I think.
Yeah. Is there like a world where you take a 10% loss?
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it'll happen
I think you said a couple times a year.
times a year.
My cat is tearing up my door.
Take care of it.
No respect.
Don't break up here. I mean, everything at this point, all your price action says it should go higher. So
Oh, really?
yeah.
Where
Well,
do you? I would have read that wick as like, okay, now time for the down leg.
I mean, when you've got that much behind.
Yeah, I have trouble differentiating between uh something that's now exhausted, like we went all that way, but there's no more money to keep going, versus like, oh, now we have so much momentum and support.
It's you remember at the beginning of the session we talked about the wicks, and reading is the wicks. Are the wicks showing, are they holding something back, or are they giving a true read on the pressure of the market? And it's the
Yeah.
same thing on the exhaustions. Like my read on this was that there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure that even if it does run to the high side, it should, there's that pressure should start to push it. That's why I felt comfortable taking the hedge.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then to see this pop in with like zero restraint was like
Oh,
such an anomaly to me. I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to
yeah.
me.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where I'm like getting hung up.
Mm.
I got a little hung up on reading it because I'm like, that did there, I mean, there was like we were showing over here, there's all these different places where even a little bit of selling pressure should have like come in just a little bit,
Hmm.
and nothing. Okay, now the opposite of what we had down here is starting to show up right here. So remember back over here, we had that drop,
Hmm.
that second drop, and then the market, this is the counter to it.
Mm.
The high, a new high. Now if it can not build momentum here, then we have a chance. But if it builds momentum, then we're in trouble. And it's looking like it's building momentum.
We don't like that.
When do I raise the white flag? I am just about there. this run has just been the worst.
Yeah. It's like got to be like 40 or 50 pips, right?
Yeah.
All right.
That cat.
Yeah. Time to go back out.
It's like, you're boring in here.
Yeah. The mood is
Just like-
somber.
Yeah, they can read it.
Yeah. I'm not even trying to comfort me, just leaves.
It's like, no way.
Like, I'm leaving.
It's like, I've seen you in this state before.
I have eyes. Ron does raise the flag for us.
Yeah. Ron does that.
Ron's like, you're done. That's because Sean is Ron's boss.
I've got a little looser risk tolerances. My gosh, guys, that just keeps running.
Ron's gonna be like, can I see you in my office, Sean?
Yeah. He does not like it when I do this for sure. It's like, then I get like 50 emails from everybody saying that I have to respond and explain. Yeah, John, that's right. I did block it. It's not coming through.
That's so funny.
Well, in order to get out of this, Debbie, this is I've just got to get some volatility going. I've got to get some up and downward movement and little retraces. If I don't get retraces, if I don't get a retracement out of this, it's all over. This will be one of the worst trading sessions I've had.
I feel bad.
Just hey, we'll always remember it, Nick.
Remember that time I bankrupted?
We'll have a thing.
Yeah. Bonding experience. It's our thing, losing money together. At least we have a good attitude on camera.
On camera. Inside, I'm just like dying right now.
Yeah.
I have no idea, like, seriously, that this is like so rare.
Thanks, 505. We can Photoshop that onto my certificate.
Onto your certificate.
Yeah.
It's just not stopping. There is no pullbacks. That one little pullback, and I was like, oh, nice, we might get it.
Yeah. Yeah, aren't we supposed to get like a one price cycle retracement or something that we get to exit out of everything?
Well, I think that's the way we read it on.
That's what we
We're
learned.
so close to. That's the way we read it on the Euro USD.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what we're taught in the Wobble Crew by Dave.
Oh, good heavens. That's not even right.
I want to see Sean throw his hat.
Who said that?
Pause.
Hat has been known to be thrown.
Man, look at that run. That's crazy. Wow, minus 14,000 unrealized pips.
This is the worst it's been, I'm telling you.
This is some impressive numbers. Have you ever blown up a $50,000 account?
No. I've
Well,
got-
today's your lucky day.
I think I've lost like 10. I've drawn down into the high 30s before.
Hmm. Like without, but then like, did you realize that loss or were you just negative?
Oh yeah, realized. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it seems to be like sort of a badge of honor. From all the trader stories I hear, everybody talks about those moments where they like had crazy losses and they were like, should I keep trading? Or should I get a paycheck?
It's unbelievable. I can't. I just want to. I kind of want to just close it out and go trade the Euro USD, but I'm so deep into it now.
Revenge.
So I don't even know. It's like nothing.
Yeah, this is
I've
wild.
not had this. This is just such a bizarre run.
Yeah. I mean, it's really nice that we are all here together because usually I'm like, I don't understand what's happening and I have no one to talk to about this.
So rules, like my first rule is that I don't normally trade the Euro JPY during the day. So I've been on these, I've been on the opposite end of these runs before, and I just this is the reason why I don't trade the Euro JPY. I'll trade it at night,
Mhm.
but I know how to catch, like I know what I'm looking for, and I know how to try and catch the runs in the evening and then just stick with them.
Mm.
In the day, like to completely turn on a V, number one, like we were expecting a little bit of a pullback, but
Yeah.
a pullback is very different than like an unrestrained run like this. This is just like, and how, I don't know. You can't really, there's nothing really to give you any indication that it's going to change like that.
Mm,
So I don't have a really good answer for, how to fix this right now,
hmm
because I don't know where it stops running. Like, I don't,
Yeah, because if it was obeying any sort of reason, it would have been a long time ago.
yeah. So I think that's my biggest challenge right here, is that, like, literally I've got to get all the way back down here now in order to be able to redeem the trading session.
Hmm
So that's just going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time for it to get back down that far. Unless by some anomaly that it does a V reversal again. And
Yeah, let's
in
hope for that.
in which case, I don't know what to do.
We're gonna make a bajillion
It's like-
dollars. Then it turns into the best shredding session that you
So my rule is I don't usually trade the euro during the morning, during the trading session. But then again, usually the euro USD has enough volatility to give
hmm
me something.
Yeah. What kind of thing are you looking for in the evening on the Euro JPY? Just like a breakdown of like a resistance level?
Yeah. So usually you get the what I call the Tokyo drift, where basically you've got the you get a breakout or a major turn, and then it just
It just keeps
drifts.
okay.
There's not a lot of you don't wobble, but you build into the drift.
Mm,
So like we would have built, like the way we built into the shorts, we would have been building into the longs and let them run,
yeah, yeah.
over that time. So this is the drift, but it's very much a counter. And volatility, like anytime you get good volatility, it's good, especially for our technique, this technique.
Yeah.
Like this market is great for, the trend following disciplines, where you take the high of the last 15 bars and go in that direction. But the problem with that technique is that, or that type of approach to the market, is that you spend very, very little time creating income. When you do, you can get major, you can get big income, provided you hold on to it long enough, right?
Yeah.
Which is also a challenge. It's equally hard for people to do that
That makes
as
sense.
it is to do what we're doing. So
Yeah.
in a fund, when you're managing money on a professional basis, you've
Mhm.
got a very small chunk of your portfolio doing what we're doing,
Mm,
and then a very large percentage of your portfolio following those trends, because those trends will produce major income.
mm,
But you may go an entire quarter without getting them.
mm. That makes
So
sense.
you want to have, traders like us in there producing income
Yeah.
for you in the meantime.
The money buckets.
Yeah, the money buckets. Dude, Nick, I'm so sorry, man.
Well, just happens sometimes.
All off of a hedge.
That's true. I forgot that that's like was the root of all of our pain right now. But we were playing it safe. We're protecting our downside.
I gotta look up some news. See if I'm fighting.
Where do you look up news?
I just usually go to Forex Factory,
Hmm.
just scan the headlines.
Hmm.
Nothing really.
What time do you usually trade the Euro JPY at like 6 your time?
Yeah, about 6:30, 7 o'clock. Right during the open.
Hmm.
It's unbelievable. There's a little bit of a divergence on that 1 minute chart. Let's see if we can get that turn. The divergence is setting up for a good turn pattern. Now Ron's calling.
We didn't close yet.
Oh, dude, this is as bad as it's been. This is bad.
This is pretty wild. Yeah, pretty wild. Carl said it's been 87 pips.
It's an 87 pip move with only one retrace that has been big enough to do anything with.
That's wild. And like wobbling, you have to like keep, averaging down, right? Like otherwise you might miss the one spot where you can have relief.
Yeah, like, well, you're so yeah, like so like right in here on this 5 minute chart, this is why outside ranges kill you. So like technically I've got to hold I've got to hold until the end of fixed zone. So technically I've got to let it hold all the way to the top of this range up here, if that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Mhm.
So it's impossible given, the structure of like, the stops and everything like that. So, but that's really how far you have to allow that flexibility in your trade.
Mhm.
Um, that's another reason why I like the Euro JP or Euro USD, is because none of the ranges are that big. They're
Mm.
all way more condensed.
Mhm.
So you're never holding more than, but on this crazy Euro JPY, the ranges are just off the charts. They're just huge. And so you've got to give it time. You've got to give it enough time to work into the consolidations, enough time to work down the next leg. But what's been missing in this run was, fortunately, what we had on the down leg. We just don't have it on this, but we've been missing
Mm.
these little counter moves, right?
Yeah.
Like we were able to fix so much off one of those little counter moves. It was just nuts, right?
Yeah.
But we've only had one. We
Yeah.
haven't had enough of anything else to give us that opportunity. So
Yeah. That makes sense.
and so we're just stuck in the structural Armageddon of this currency pair. Unfortunately, even this is quite a distance down here even, but unfortunately that's not even going to get us close to recovery. And it pops back up
It's like they know. They're like, let go, sell everything.
I was thinking it was going to make that turn there.
Me too. I was like, ah, here it is. Relief. I was just kidding. Button.
A do-over button, Megan. That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Just a reset back to the hedge.
There's that movie where they had the remote and they're like,
Oh yeah.
rewind.
The Adam Sandler movie.
just
Yeah. Just rewind real quick.
so much for my superpower. That 3 seconds into the future didn't do
I
his job.
know. You're really going out of your way to hide it from us.
Well, come to find out, 3 seconds isn't enough. It's like having a superpower. This is like, great.
That would be the worst, to actually have some sort of power that just was useless.
So last week was a great week. I pulled out, I think I withdrew about $12,000 out of the market last week, but I've managed to lose all of that in one trading session.
Oh man. It's all my fault.
No.
Made too many jokes.
No, it's my fault. Trust me.
I distracted you.
We're gonna do this again.
Good.
They never happened.
We'll just delete this video. Everyone has to
Just
sign an
delete it.
NDA in here.
You want to see a trader's humiliation? Watch this one.
I'm gonna make that promo for Trader on the Street where I'm living in a box. And it'll be like, next up on guest trader, Nick Kovash, and then it'll just be me in a box, and I'll be like, there was so much promise, and I had to pawn my laptop last week.
Yeah, what were we talking about? Like the guest trader happened to pay us.
Oh man. You're like, let's enact that clause now.
All right. Now are we gonna get that turn?
Oh yeah, that's probably it. We haven't used Todd's arrow.
No, that's what the problem is.
All this time.
I'm glad we didn't use it down here. It didn't need any more any more help. All right. This would help. Doesn't solve anything, but it sure would help. Hey, get a little.
Wow, minus 58.80. That's some peeling.
Unappealing.
That was a good one.
Oh, this is going to be a battle today, or a battle fixing this. I just know how much work's going to have to go into this.
You gotta earn a truck again.
Practically, huh?
Yeah, I should have never heard that story, because then in my mind, I'm like, I could just trade longer and make more money. 'Cause that's what Sean did.
Okay. Now, what we need here is a good long hedge. No, unfortunately, we probably do.
I know, it's like, oh, that might be real. Oh man. You have to play the probabilities, Sean.
B-Rats, don't do it.
We gotta do it. Oh man.
Hedge.
Now we have a mob.
The 24th time is the charm. That's exactly right. Oh man, it's a mile to go. It's like that's when you're out hiking or whatever, like you come up on the hill, you worked all this hard way to get to the top of the hill, and then you see like that was just the foothill. And then you got the mountain.
Yeah, it's like, continue this way, one more mile. You're like, I can't go on, my legs are cramping.
It's just not building momentum like it did on the way up.
It has like it has gravity, right? It'll fall the whole way back down.
There's no such thing as gravity right now. I mean, if we could get that big area in there, that's a miracle.
That would be
That would be a
amazing.
miracle.
Can we use the rest of the fund to sell the electric UI? Do we have enough to move this market? Hasn't Jeff been making bots or something that we can use?
Oh, that was
Go,
good.
go.
That was really good. Default summit. There we go, Norma. Default summit.
Is this our one price cycle retracement?
Probably.
It's like, no.
All right, let's see if it runs to the high side again.
Everyone is so supportive. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
So caring.
Don't go up. Build your strength to the downside here. This is what I expected on the way up.
Yeah.
Expected the little retracements like this to get us out of those shorts, but to no avail. See if we can get that turn and then that test of those lows one more time.
Remy, shut your mouth.
Remy. 50% retracement on the 5-minute chart would be great. Would be okay.
Yeah,
Just like right in the middle of that.
I would take that. That'd be fine. I liked that better.
Yeah, me too.
Hide off.
It was like I zoomed in too far. It looked like way too big of a move.
I was like, oh wow, that looks achievable.
This market just goes dead. Then
That was a giant banker's close.
let's go look at the Euro USD. Holy,
Oh,
damn.
whoa.
What did it do? It did the same thing, huh?
Huh. Yeah, those lines went my practice lines. They were like way above everything. Dang, that's crazy. That doesn't look like it would have been much better off if we got the wrong side of it.
No, that would have been, chances are we would have been on the wrong side of that too, or I would have been.
Yeah, I would have too. I do what you do. Usually it goes badly for me.
Almost pip for pip, Jim.
Pip for pip. We are Pip from Great Expectations.
Yeah.
This is our hard life. We need a benefactor.
We need a benefactor. Okay, man. Let's see. Do we crit?
Come on.
Another leg lower. Come on, that's what we need right now.
Practical joke over. I did that a couple weeks ago, Bill.
Don't want to go short. Don't want to go long. Right here.
We should.
Turn to the high side. Builds another up leg, or could build another up leg.
Hmm.
I think I want to be down around 32 lots or 30 lots. So I'm going to peel these off.
Just like regardless of the money, just size wise.
Yeah, so now I'm not in a position where I'm really looking to break even.
Mhm.
Like they're stages, right? Where you're in fix it mode, you're trying to break even, and then you're just trying to mitigate your losses as much as you can. And I'm in a position right now where I'm trying to mitigate the losses as much as possible. And so if I can bring this down to 30, then and if I've got a good setup, I've got some bullets that I can work with.
That makes sense. And then you can just wait for the setup. Because you're not like, I don't know anything about trading. I'll never trade again. What happens to me.
Oh, you get that, you get that like, "Rrr, I'm never gonna
Yeah.
figure this out." Man, I told you my story when that, like, I was probably, I think I was about 25 or 26, somewhere in there. And I've been trading now for, a good 6 years.
Yeah.
So I had felt like I was, knew my stuff.
Hmm.
And market just went wonky on me. And I ended up losing everything, like literally losing everything. And
Dang.
then some. The brokers were asking for money.
Oh wow. What was the setup? Was it like this, like today, where it just kept running?
No,
Or
this was I was trading stocks. This back in the 90s. So I
oh,
was
okay.
trading stocks, tech stocks back in the
Hmm.
90s. Anyway, so yeah, I thought, here I am. I'm, work a trading desk of all things. So like, not even like, I'm no stranger to markets now, been in it 6 years, and I lose everything. I
That was
just,
your personal account
Mhm.
outside of your trading desk job.
Yeah, trading desk. I'm just doing it for, whatever the firm wants to move, right?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That
All I'm doing is just trade executions. Don't care about wins, losses on the trading desk. It's just, you're just an order. You're basically just
oh
pumping trades through the market,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Trying
yeah.
to find good fills. So yeah, this is my personal account. I was lost everything in, and I thought, oh, dude, never gonna learn this. Never.
Yeah, no,
Self-defeating, like,
yeah. How did you get yourself? How did you get out of
it's
that?
horrible. I was horrible. I never thought that I was that wimpy. I always thought I was pretty tough. So I lose all my money.
Yeah, no, man.
And I'm like, oh, I'm a baby.
There's very few things that can bring somebody to their knees like losing a large sum of money, man.
So yeah, like the worst part, I was like, if it wasn't for the fact that I had to tell my wife,
Oh yeah.
that was the worst part, because I
Oh
had to
man.
like admit that I had lost everything.
Yeah, yeah. That's brutal.
So anyway, um, I didn't trade for probably, I don't know, 6 months. I was out of the market.
Yeah,
Just the thought of it, just the very thought of it was just like overwhelming.
yeah, yeah,
And so yeah, I didn't think I would ever, for that stretch, I didn't think I'd ever figure it out or ever want to figure it out ever again.
yeah. What made you change your mind?
Man, it's just, there's no better way to make money.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that sounds a lot like me, where I'm just like, I quit and I'm never doing this again. And then I'm just like, I gotta learn to trade. I
There's
gotta,
like there's no better way. Like, I had rental properties at the time, like I was
yeah,
collecting rents, and I'm like, the headache that those things caused, was just, there
yeah.
was always something that had to be fixed, always something that had to be paid for, always someone that had to, have problems with their rent or something like
Mm,
that. So I was like, I don't want to make my living being a renter or a landlord
yeah,
when it's just me in the market. I've got no external
yeah,
people telling me I have to do this, have to do that. So it was really just the lure of, the type of money that can be made in this.
yeah. I love that, especially in Forex, that you kind of have this, you can come up with a strategy with a small account and that it scales. Like it just scales on up almost as big as you want to get. I don't have a good strategy, but the theory is if I ever did have one, I could scale that.
Yeah. So what fixed it for me, like when I did finally get enough courage to get back in, what really fixed it for me was focusing on the consistency, not the amount of money that I made, just the consistency of putting money into the account every time we traded.
The same amount of money? Like you had a target you were trying to reach, or like how did you
Dinner.
engineer that consistency?
Just trying to make dinner. Like I'll work all day, but if I can just provide dinner every day for the family, that's like a huge like win for the family, right?
Yeah.
So if I can
Would
just
you actually take the money out too? Like that whatever dinner costs?
just the equivalent of it.
Yeah. So how do you go from you lost all of the money to like what were you even trading with? Did you just start depositing more back in as your income
Yeah.
provided it from other areas?
Yeah, I did have a good job at the time, like working for Charles Schwab was a
Yeah.
so I wasn't hurting for money. I mean, it hurt that I had to bring money in to cover my losses.
Yeah.
And I had no savings after that, but yeah, I saved up for a few months and opened up another account, for $2,500, I think, back in the day.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And then just literally just like focused on the consistency. And it probably took me, well, I paid off my mortgages when I was 32. So I had my house and a rental, and I paid those off when I was 32. So 25 to 32. So it took about 7 years to just recoup,
Yeah.
get ahead.
Yeah. Man, your wife must have a lot of faith in you.
She hates it. She can't stand it.
Yeah.
I don't think she loves it.
I can. Hard for me to
Too much
imagine very many spouses that would be like, "That's cool, you lost everything. Like, here, I'm more." I'm sure you'll get it.
Yeah, and I learned a lot. Like, I don't know if this is real or not, but I think being prideful and like, walking around like you're all that, I think that there's something about karma that just comes to get you.
Yeah.
And so like I would come home and I'd, tell my wife how great a trader I was and how,
Yeah. Gonna be rich soon. We made so much money.
Yeah. So I used to do that. And then that whole experience just put that out the window. And I was like, never really bragged to my wife or anyone else for that matter how well I did.
You're like, hopefully the karma gods do not notice me. Just quietly collecting money down.
I'm just gonna hide in the universe.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to me. I don't exist.
Yeah. I have that curse too. Like it is in like whenever I'd play any kind of sports or anything, if I ever started bragging or getting cocky or talking smack, I would immediately, my performance would just go
drop.
Yeah. And I was like, oh man, I don't know how people can be so confident and still win, because that does not work for me.
Yeah, confidence is different, but when you're like trying to like get attention, then I think it's like, not for me.
Yeah.
Like having the confidence is that's a good thing. Quiet confidence, not the loud kind.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably pretty true. I decided sort of kind of in March that I was going to learn trading no matter how long it took and no matter how much I lost. I just made that commitment that it seems like we all finally make at some point, where just before that I took a big loss in my account. It was really defeating, and I was just like, man, am I ever going to get this? And then I just decided, nope, I'm going to, and I'm just going to put in the work. And then I started trading every day that the market's open and losing regularly. but like, but yeah, like, and every time I would have like a good day or a good couple days, I was like, I've got it. I finally turned the corner. I know what I'm doing. And I would lose horribly the next day. So now I feel very like close to what you're talking about, where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna walk quietly. Just don't mind me. I'll take out whatever percent I can. And yeah, you just feel like, the road is like eternally long, but I'll just walk it quietly and hopefully,
Just walking quietly.
yeah, hopefully it will pay me.
Yeah. It's probably better that way.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think like early on, you said this was like a get rich slow endeavor.
Yeah.
It was like the potential was there to be really wealthy, but it was not going to happen quickly. And I was like, yeah, get rich slow for other people. Like, but I'm smarter than other people, so
I
that
would
math,
say
I'd be rich quick.
whenever I go out, like whenever we do try and do like a marketing campaign or something like that to bring new traders in, I'm always like, okay, so it's going to take a lot of work. You're not going to master it real quick,
Yeah.
And they're like, you please give me something to work with. And I'm like, I don't know. I just don't want to. I don't want to make it sound like it's not. I know that it works. Like that much I know, and but are you going to be successful today, tomorrow? Be a millionaire tomorrow? It's just no, probably not.
Yeah. I went through, because the concepts are pretty simple. It's like, keep your risk maintained, try to profit more than you lose, have something that's more likely to hit than not, and there you go. Like, it all takes care of itself over the long run. And it's conceptually you're like, okay, yeah, I can do that. And then it's just, I don't know where it goes off the rails, but it doesn't ever really unfold like that.
Apparently it goes off the rails when you try to do a hedge.
Yeah.
In the direction of the momentum.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where it goes off the rails.
Don't hedge.
There's so much to learn from today's session.
Oh man.
Man, this is going so slow now.
Yeah.
This is where I'm like, could take a while.
Yeah. Like, good, you're going in the correct direction. But it's like, excuse me, Mr. Market, I'd hate to complain, but
so yeah, it took, let's count these bars over here on that 5-minute chart. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bars up, and we're now 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 bars down. So
man,
we're not moving down half as fast as we moved up.
not even close.
One more leg. No momentum this time.
And now we needed to just do one of those crazy things where it slams down and takes out all of our.
Yeah, that would be fantastic, but those are very rare. They happen though. Left the house for 3 hours and Sean's still trading. If that doesn't sum up our trading experience this morning. Yeah, I went out, had elective surgery, and I came back. Sean's still
I'm
trading.
still trading his way out of this position. Yeah, it's because Tony left. That's why we went wrong.
And Tony. Come on, we need that break. Don't start showing building the bullish argument here. Let's see what that Euro USD is doing. If there's any more volatility over there. Nothing. So we'll see what.
It looks like, yeah, really similar.
Actually, that doesn't look too bad.
Ooh, this is advanced technique, hedging between pairs.
Hedge different currencies.
Mhm.
So I like how we can get that, where we're getting that that target right below that little peak there. So if it does
Oh,
that little turn right there,
yeah.
we can get a nice little income pop off that right there. Now keep an eye on that 5-minute chart on the Euro JPY. Okay, right here. It's a good place for a little pop. target stacks are really good right in here on that Euro USD.
Yeah.
Come on, right here.
Man, you already had a rental house at 25?
Yeah.
I am way behind.
Oh no. That was a disaster. No, it's actually really good. We had I bought a triplex when we first got married. So
Oh, whoa. Oh, so you were neighbors to the,
yeah, to the other units.
oh, okay. That's smart.
And of course it's gonna drop. No, it was actually really good in the beginning. It was after we moved out that it was like became hard.
That makes sense.
But it was good because like they paid the majority of the mortgage at the time.
Yeah. I know. I think we're burning up all my negative karma right now. I hope. Man, I had a lot, I guess. Thanks
So
for
we may be
shouldering
doing
it.
that. We may be doing that hedge all over again.
You're shouldering all the debt I've incurred. Yep, looks like we're breaking down on the 5-minute.
On the Euro JPY, that building momentum there too.
Oh, beautiful. We just had to put the hedge on.
Seriously. Not twice. This is like Groundhog's Day.
I wish it would just
We
reset.
do the
Though.
same thing over and over. Same mistake 5 times, 6 times. First,
Oh man.
first on the outside edge. Next, it's like, oh boy.
Oh.
I'm gonna slowly work out of as much of that bottom piece and leave this on. I'd much rather do my fixing in the Euro this afternoon than in the Euro
Yeah,
JPY.
yeah. I can't blame you on that.
So I hedge out of the or work my way out of the Euro JPY. Although the euro is just not moving much either. So
Yeah. I think it was on Friday. Jeff was somebody, maybe it was Monday of last week, but somebody had asked Jeff what pair to trade in the evening when they got home from work, and he had discovered that like the Euro USD had been moving a lot, kind of like 1 a.m. or maybe the London session, a lot more than usual. So it makes me kind of, I wondered, I guess I can ask right now, if it moves a lot in other sessions, does that take away some of the volatility in the later ones?
oh,
Is there conservation
are you
between?
talking specifically the Euro USD or?
Yeah.
Or
pair currencies.
actually, there's a little bit to that. there's a little bit to that where if you've got like a really volatile London's or Euro session,
Hmm.
that it's a little bit quieter during the day.
Mm.
My gosh, dude, we're pulling that off on that Euro JPY.
Yeah, I told you we would have been wealthy. Doubled the account. If you hadn't learned your lesson all those years ago about putting all your money into a setup.
If I didn't learn to be a little bit safer.
Yeah, then we would have been fine.
Well, I don't think we're I don't think we're close to getting fixed yet, but I do think that we're back within a range of where I feel like we can pull off a fix.
Nice. Do you think we'll get that big blob in the Euro JPY?
I think eventually, yeah, a good chance of it. I'm going to try and peel off. So I'm going to try and peel off as much of that as possible,
Mm-hmm.
like in what I'm doing. And then I'll probably leave this on,
Mm-hmm.
although we are right at like that. We're right at a potential support level right in here.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this might be a little bit deeper than what it's comfortable, but there's a good chance that it'll pull through and tag that at some point. And then I'm going to shift all my work over onto the Euro USD, where I feel like I have a little bit more sort of a little bit better edge on how to read it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not fighting those long persistent moves that you get on the Euro JPY.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Are you transferring kind of the ones you're taking off on the JPY over to the Euro USD? Like as you take them off as sells, you're putting them on as longs?
not entirely. Like right here, I'm just taking trades off on over there.
Okay.
Taking them off over there, and then I'll stack them on the Euro USD as I get into like where I think like right here, the break, the test, maybe another leg higher. So I'm out of those over there.
Nice.
So we should be making now more money on a bullish run on the Euro USD than we do on a bearish run on the Euro JPY
Oh, whoa.
at this point. So I've moved over, I think, more than
Then you took off.
mhm. Right. There's the break back down. So now test that low on that Euro USD. My next major stack, I'm going to try and put the targets in right on the lows here, unless it rallies. 12 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6. Boz asked a good question. Do I expect the market to kind of, yeah, I do expect it. In fact, it may be worse than even last summer in terms of volatility. Because of the what's making it hard right now is that we're facing stagflation. So you fight inflation one way, and there's a good model for how currencies react when you're fighting inflation. You fight deflation or recession a different way, and there's a good model for how currencies respond to recession or deflation, or disinflation is a better word. But what we're facing is inflation on one hand and recessionary pressures on another. So what we've got is policy is having a real struggle knowing where do I balance this out? How do I balance this out? And so that's the challenge that policymakers have right now. And so currencies are in equal conundrum because they don't know how to respond to the policy making decisions. So we're not sure if the euro is going to go up or the euro is going to go down, dollar up, dollar down. There's just like too many variables, too many questions. And so you'll get a lot of your big institutional money just literally just kind of sitting on the sideline waiting until there's clarity as to who wins the stagflation battle. Anyway, that's kind of my take on it. Don't want that to break lower here. It's a really good place for it to find some support, maybe just a little bit more to the downside. And even the euro's looking nasty. Just those marching
Mhm.
non-volatile markets. Nick, I'm gonna make this up to you, buddy. We're gonna do another session. We got to do another session. You'll be the, but I can't let this lose.
Secretly competitive, huh?
A little bit, just a little bit. I'm not lost. I know I know that I've lost in a session, but like, continuing it out throughout the end of the day or whatever, I've not lost yet. So
Mm.
I'm not really inclined to make this my first. I'm watching that 5-minute chart on the Euro JPY, and we're kind of bumping up against a turning spot on that 5-minute chart, which will actually be good for I think that the euro is driving the trading behavior right now. Oh man, Norma, did you the Kentucky Derby over the weekend? Yeah, that's crazy. I was reading an article that says it was like only the second biggest upset in history of the Kentucky Derby. There's only been one, and I think that was the big famous one. Yeah. That's crazy. Okay, unfortunately, this is where this little rally starts to break down. So we got this little rally right in here, right on the lows, the highs of there, the lows of these. This is where it'll start to break down, unless it's a legitimate turn.
Mm.
So we'll see. Hey, that was good. 1 second. That was a good push right there at the end.
Nice.
So see these up here, anything above the tops of these candles, like any of these, I'm going to start to pull those up
Mm.
or like a break. So I'm going to start to pull. I've got so much latency on this computer right now that it's hard to grab it. So we're going to need to make a little extra money on those trades right in there. Never mind. It's just gonna tag him. That was good. That was a good 10 pips of 10 lots of profit.
Whoa.
Too slow.
Well, there's like 200 in there or something.
No.
Give us the pips.
Come on now. Just get that little stack, that last of that little stack. Can freeze up a little bit of money. Now we'll pull back. So now how deep? That's the big question. So if this pulls back a little deeper, get my targets in. Ideally, I don't want to have my targets above the tops of these candles. So like if I add a bunch of trades right here, all the targets are going to be up in this range.
Mm-hmm.
So really I need that to pull down probably to this side over here. And then I'll add another really good long big stack on to that books. So I think what we'll do is we'll follow that through. There's the pulling back. So see where it puts us right there. Put those stacks of trades on right here. And we'll follow this, and if we're able to get some good volatility popping, then we'll keep trading. But if we don't get volatility, then I think I'll let everybody go, and I'll just kind of manage it throughout the day.
Okay.
And let you know how it goes.
Yeah.
We've stabilized the bleeding now, so that's the good thing.
Yeah.
we're on the upward slope now.
I never thought I'd be like relieved to be at this state of an account, but looking not as bad, not nearly as bad.
Little turn here would just be great, and it's a great place for it. It's a good setup. It's almost that first trade that we placed on the Euro JPY. It was this almost this exact trade. I shouldn't say that, huh?
The last 3 times we said that, it didn't go well for us. But hey, you are putting your money where your mouth is. You played it the way you're
Way.
supposed to every time.
I just play it the same way every time. And,
Yeah. One of these times it's got to work out.
well, that's probabilities. In the
Knock
beginning,
on
you
wood.
asked about the probability and the
Yeah.
levels.
Yeah.
We've definitely had a lesson on that today. Probabilities are never a sure thing, ever. But you got to play them through the thick and thin, right?
Yeah.
Five-minute charts showing weakness on the euro, on the JPY. So there's a really good chance those are going to hit now if it makes this turn on that 5-minute chart.
Yeah. That would be amazing.
So we got two patterns at odds. This is showing bearish on the week Euro USD or Euro JPY, Euro weakness. Well, and now this is showing Euro weakness now. So the fact that it didn't make its turn right there.
Hmm.
But again, I'd rather the euro get weak, even though I've got all this, get weak, tag this, then I can work out of it over here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel more confident working out of it on the Euro USD than I do the Euro JPY. Ooh, it just took that turn out of the Euro JPY. Well, looks like the Euro JPYs have a good chance of getting hit now. Watch that over there start, hopefully clears out. Hitting some targets over there on that Euro JPY.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. What does anybody know what shot the euro up? Anybody read anything on that? I'm not seeing anything.
Sentiment of improved mood.
Watching that second bottom on that, remember I said there's some support in there on that
Mhm.
5-minute chart for the JPY. It just bounced off of that. So it got a good chunk of our target, a little small chunk of our target, but not enough to close everything out. So I'm still lightening it up a little bit. And then what I'll do is, if now I'm really rooting for a long euro right in here. So hopefully this rallies up and we can clean up most of our profit targets in here. And then what I'll do is, just depending on how things are forming over here, I'll do another adjustment stack. If we start to hit some slowing momentum, showing signs of a turn, then I'll pull these up, pull targets out and hedge, or not hedge out, but balance out this trade. So just kind of I'll watch how this all forms. But I think at this point, what I'll probably do is just let everybody this marathon session is gonna take me all day to work out, if I can even work out of it.
Yeah.
I still feel like I'm not feeling like we're in a, as long as we can hold this level, I feel like we're in a really good spot to work this out. So I'm not too worried.
Okay.
But I'll let you go, Nick. You've been such a trooper, such a guest trooper. And I'll try not to give you the forever that you hold up the sign and you're like
The worst trader.
Yeah. I'm gonna try not to give you that distinction and that honor.
Yeah, that was a funny joke at first.
First it was funny, but but I think we should be able to work through
Yeah, it sounds like it's the same tactics, like you're just doing them more as you get to more positions that make sense.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you guys, and we'll just update you, let everybody know how it all works out. So from there.
Well, thank you, Sean. Thanks for not throwing your hat or yelling at me.
Honestly, it was a treat. It was a treat trading with you. A
Well,
trading
thank
treat.
you. Same here. I've learned a lot. I hope everybody has.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nick. I'll reach out to you a little later, or Nick, the other Nick, will reach out to you a little later and kind of bring you up to speed with what's happened.
Okay. All
Cool.
right. Have a good
All
one.
right. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you. Bye now.
Bye.